scheduled business meeting. We love it when the room is full. We think that is great. So thank you all for being here today. Here to start our meeting today is Mary Nell Hunt with Pray the City. And so I would invite Mary Nell to come to the front and say our invocation.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here today. Please bow your heads and let's pray. Most Holy Father, we come together today to honor you. We pray that our actions and our hearts and our words will reflect a characteristic that brings glory and honor to you. We pray that you loose the fruit of the Spirit over this meeting. And I would like to pray this verse from Romans 15:5 and 6 over our city. May you, God, the God who gives endurance and encouragement, give us the same attitude of mind toward each other that Christ Jesus had, so that with one mind and one voice we will glorify you, God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. We pray this in your holy name, Jesus. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On April 16th, we lost a very valued member of our community in former Mayor Glenn Parkey. And I want to read a proclamation today that declares Billy Glenn Parkey Day in the city of Amarillo as an acknowledgement for the service that Mayor Parkey gave our city in respect to his family as they're mourning his passing, and so many other people are as well. Hopefully I can do it without getting emotional, because I have a lot of affection for Pat and Glenn and Paul and April and Brooke and all of the things that they've done to serve in our community over lots and lots of years here in Amarillo. But whereas Billy Glenn Parkey was born in Floydada, Texas on March 1st, 1936. And whereas Mr. Parkey graduated from West Texas State University and became a successful real estate developer, by which his companies brought to life several old buildings destined for disrepair. Whereas Mr. Parkey made significant contributions to the revitalization of downtown Amarillo through his service on the Amarillo Area Foundation Board of Directors and the Amarillo Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors. Whereas Mr. Parkey was elected mayor of Amarillo in April of 1987 and served until May of 1989. And whereas Mr. Parkey was also inducted into the West Texas A&M University Business School Hall of Fame in 1998. And whereas Mr. Parkey was named Amarillo Globe News Man of the Year in 2006 in recognition of his lifelong dedication to the city of Amarillo. And whereas kindness and caring were the fuel for Mayor Parkey's service. Whereas Mayor Parkey and his wife Pat were generous givers to Amarillo, and the community has benefited from their generous leadership for many years. Now therefore we, the mayor and the city council of the city of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim April 27th, 2023 as Billy Glenn Parkey Day in Amarillo, and we will always remember Mayor Parkey for his service to the city of Amarillo. Given under our hands and seal of office this 25th day of April 2023. I wish that Pat and Paul and April and Brooke could have been with us here today, but they will be celebrating his life on Thursday with a service to remember him. And I really appreciate that as a city, we could honor their grief and honor the life of Mayor Parkey by joining in with them and celebrating on that day on Thursday. So our next proclamation is going to be read by Councilmember Howard Smith. Howard.
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation is going to be directed to CASA, and I understand the director may be here, Jerry Mendoza. Come on up here and join me. And if there's other people here from your organization, get them up here too.
I think we have DSCS, City Transit, our items, so if y'all will come up. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for everybody coming. You got a good group here. Let me read this proclamation. Whereas the citizens of Amarillo recognize the critical need for efforts by both individuals and groups to promote awareness of the plight of abused children, to work toward prevention of violence against children, and to provide services and treatment to these small victims of their families. And whereas Amarillo Area Court-Appointed Special Advocates, or CASA, the Bridge Children's Advocacy Center, and Department of Family Protective Services advocate for children of abuse and neglect. And whereas Potter County and Randall County combined confirmed 807 children suffered from some form of abuse or neglect in 2021, the last records we have, whereas our society has a responsibility to protect our children and help them thrive in a safe environment, as every child is entitled to be loved, cared for, feel secure, and be free from all types of abuse and neglect. And whereas effective child abuse prevention and intervention programs succeed because of partnerships among the variety of entities included but not limited: schools, religious organizations, law enforcement agencies, Child Protective Services, the Bridge Children's Advocacy Center, and CASA prosecution agencies, medical professionals, mental health professionals, victim advocates, and other community-based nonprofit organizations. Now, therefore, we, Mayor, and City Council of the City of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Child Abuse Awareness Month in Amarillo, and urge all citizens and institutions to support the Bridge Children's Advocacy Center, Amarillo Area CASA, and DFPS and other partner agencies in their efforts to increase awareness of and services for abused and neglected children in our community. This is signed by Mayor Ginger Nelson and council members Cole Stanley, Frida Powell, Eddie Sauer, and myself. So, the director, if you want to make any comments.
Yes.
Can
I turn this way? So we want to thank the City Council so much for partnering with us. As you can see, there are many, many community partners. It takes all of us to combat child abuse. It takes all of you. So we appreciate this. We'll continue working together because it is a problem in all of our cities around the Panhandle. So just thanks for working with us. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Eddie Sauer is going to read our next proclamation about Alcohol Awareness Month. Eddie?
All right, thank you. So, David, would you come up here, and Lavisa Matthews and all of those that are involved with Andrea's project? So this is about Alcohol Awareness Month. How are you, sir? Good to see you. Okay. Whereas the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration says that alcohol is the most frequently used and misused substance in the United States, especially among people who are college-aged and younger. And whereas according to the 2021 National Survey on Drug Use and Health, 133.1 million people in the United States aged 12 or older currently use alcohol. And whereas alcohol is the largest contributor to the leading cause of death among young people in America, alcohol misuse strains healthcare, criminal justice, and substance abuse treatment systems. And alcohol misuse impacts educational and workplace productivity. And whereas the misuse of alcohol can lead to alcohol poisoning, injuries, and chronic health problems. And whereas social pressures, cultural norms have contributed to excessive alcohol use, and that with commitment and support, these and other substance use and mental health issues can be prevented. And whereas the focus of Alcohol Awareness Month is to assist in the prevention of substance use and promote mental health, and through Alcohol Awareness Month, people from all walks of life are encouraged to become knowledgeable about what they can do to create a healthier tomorrow for themselves and others by helping to prevent those problems today. Now, therefore, we, Mayor and City Council members of the City of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2023 as Alcohol Awareness Month in Amarillo, and join with others across the United States to recognize the seriousness of substance abuse and mental health issues in our communities, the power of prevention, and the tireless efforts of those working to make a difference, given under our hands and seal of office this 25th day of April 2023, Amarillo City Council. And so I'm going to turn this over to David. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
I can't say enough about Amarillo making this proclamation. You know, it's a national holiday, but for the city of Amarillo to come together to join the cause, to realize the devastation that alcoholism and drug abuse causes across the United States, it's just amazing to know at home that Amarillo citizens and the Amarillo Commission is supportive. So we just wanted to reach out and say thank you very much. We appreciate your support, your professionalism, and just giving us the opportunity to display what we believe in. So thank you very much. And to the board, we couldn't do it without you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Amarillo. So.
Two very important proclamations with a lot of volunteers who do a lot of work in our community, and because of their work, we'll never know about the things that didn't happen. So I really appreciate the time and effort to be here today to promote the issues, but most importantly, the time and effort that they spend working out in our community when we don't see them, because they're making a difference in people's lives and in our city. One last proclamation today, and that is a proclamation on Professional Municipal Clerks Week. So if our city secretary and her staff want to join us up here, we would be honored to have you. Johnny Glick, Assistant City Secretary, and Stephanie Coggins, our City Secretary. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, and whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk. Now, therefore, we, Mayor and City Council of the City of Amarillo, Texas, do hereby proclaim the week of April 30 through May 6, 2023, as Professional Municipal Clerks Week in Amarillo, and further extend our appreciation to our City Secretary's office for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to this community. Given under our hands and seal of office this 25th day of April 2023. We definitely have fantastic staff. Stephanie is new to her position, but I can tell you that nobody's office in our staff does more training and works as hard as the City Secretary's office to be excellent at the job that they do for citizens. And we've had a long history of that here in the city. Frances Hibbs and Donna DeWright and lots of people who have created a legacy in that position. So, Stephanie, is there anything you want to add to that? We'd love for you to say something.
I just want to say thank you to Mayor and Council for recognizing National Municipal Clerks Week. It's hard to explain what we do sometimes, and so I just want to share a quote from William Bennett Monroe, who was a professor that wrote one of the first textbooks on municipal administration. And to municipal clerks or city secretaries, he said, "No other office in municipal service has so many contacts. It serves the mayor, the city council, the city manager, and all administrative departments without exception. All of them call upon it almost daily for some service or information." So very thankful to do what I do and very fortunate to have an amazing staff. We've got Johnny Glick, our Assistant City Secretary, and hopefully watching from home today, Donna Savage, who is our admin assistant by title, but does so much more. So we are thankful and proud to be able to serve the citizens, staff, and elected officials.
Somebody might forget their proclamation. Okay, got it.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is public address. At this time, I'll pass the microphone to our City Secretary, who is going to moderate that. Stephanie?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 8 people signed up for public address today. Thank you for participating in today's City Council meeting. Your input and your opinions are important to us, and we are glad that you are here to share them. At each posted meeting, we invite our fellow community members to address City Council regarding posted agenda items. Every speaker today will have 3 minutes to address the council. At the end of 2.5 minutes, you'll hear a warning beep letting you know to wrap up your thoughts, and we ask you stay within your 3 minutes allotted. Speakers are asked to limit your comments to items on the posted agenda. We also ask when you come to the microphone if you'll state your name, whether or not you live in the Amarillo city limits, and if you are speaking for, on, or against your item so that we can reflect this properly in our minutes. Again, we thank everybody for being here today. We are going to start out with Mike Fisher, and on deck after Mr. Fisher will be Candy Shipman.
While they're making their ways to the microphone, there are some seats now that some of those volunteers related to the proclamations have stepped out. So don't be shy if you're standing and you would rather have a seat. Just excuse yourself and step into one of those. But we want everyone who wants to be seated to be seated.
Is Mike Fisher with us today? We do have overflow open in 306, so Mr. Fisher, if you're in there, we will work you in when you come into the council chamber. There's a little bit of delay on that feed. How about Candy Shipman? Ms. Shipman, okay. And after Ms. Shipman, Blair Schaefer will be on deck.
Hello, this is my first time ever. I'm not a speaker. But I want to say, first of all, I want to say we know where this is going about council member violation. It is against Cole Stanley because your PAC has been against him since he came on board. Because he is on board with y'all, not on board with y'all, well, let's look at other violations that even our mayor has not been notified to do. Not agreeing with them, and as Pro Tem Frida is the yes person in your PAC. At most council rotate Pro Tems every 3 months. Why is this not happening? Please answer why. Except for y'all, maybe you didn't read the expectations of mayor council. So before you consider calling someone else out on why don't you check your own? I was born and raised in Amarillo, Texas, have been a homeowner for 50 years. I'm 67, and I pay my taxes just like everybody else. And I do not agree with all y'all have done with having to raise taxes. And anybody and everybody that said senior citizens do not get taxed is liars.
Thank you, Ms. Shipman. Next will be Mr. Schaefer, and after Mr. Schaefer will be Claudette Smith. I don't know if it's the extra cameras and stuff here. Ms. Smith, you're not up yet. You're on deck after Blair Schaefer.
Sorry, I thought they called my name. Well, who was next after me?
Blair Schaefer, and then you're on deck after Mr. Schaefer. No worries. We are getting a little bit of feedback in here, so if it starts to scratch, I'm going to turn it down a little. Go ahead, Blair.
Hello, everybody. My name is Blair Schaefer, citizen here in Amarillo, own a couple of businesses, part of the Amarillo Professional Firefighter Union. I would like to have heard what the agenda item would have been said so I could comment better on it. But if it is about Cole Stanley, I'd just like to say he is a man of character. I've worked with him on many different occasions and had absolutely zero complaints. He's always been professional. He's always been a man of his word and excellent at carrying out any job that I've asked him to look into. Thank you.
Now Ms. Smith is up, and on deck after Ms. Smith will be Michael Ford.
Okay, so the agenda is never really clear enough for anyone to know what is going to be discussed. We're always left to kind of speculate. But I'm here to speak up for Cole Stanley, to whom my support is unwavering. I believe that Cole Stanley will be the best mayor that Amarillo has ever had, Lord willing. And whatever you're discussing here today isn't going to change that. Regardless of what item 5B is about or who it is something that could have waited until a later date. It could have been discussed with the city manager and the mayor in a private setting. There's many other avenues that could have been taken here. Instead, you've decided to turn it into a public spectacle and a publicity stunt, and what I'm speculating is to benefit your dear friend and Mr. Stanley's opponent sitting next to you, Ms. Frida Powell. We shouldn't be using our tax dollars to campaign against one council member and for another, or for campaigning at all. Item agenda 5B notes the city's governance and ends policy, which is a policy that was created by this council in 2019. It basically, in sum, says if you're a council member, you're not allowed to have an opinion of your own, and you're not allowed to disagree with other council members. If I'm elected next week, I fully plan to propose that we throw that policy in the trash where it belongs. Some of the most unethical people in this city want to sit up here and talk about unethical behavior of a council member who disagrees with them in front of the media and the entire city to see. Moreover, on the second day of early voting, if that doesn't scream election tampering, I don't know what does. Where was the public meeting and media when Ginger voted on giving money to the business her husband owns for streetscaping? Instead, when I stood at this podium and talked about how unethical it was that day for her to vote on it, your response was something along the lines of, I'm not going to set a precedent on not voting on things just because I benefit from it. Where was the public meeting when Eddie Sawyer voted on giving grant money to the business that he is a part of downtown? Where was the public meeting on Ginger's unethical involvement with the Downtown Embassy Suites? Where was the public meeting and the admonishing when Ginger unethically appointed all her friends to the CBB board and instructed them to push all Amarillo visitors to the Downtown Embassy Suites and to her hotels instead of other hotels in town? Moral of the story here is the agenda is in fact quite clear for all to see, and may the good Lord have mercy on the four of you on your day of reckoning.
Next, Mr. Ford. On deck after Mr. Ford will be James Skate.
The City Secretary, I want a point of clarification that I do not and have never owned, and no one in my family owns any.
Excuse me.
Please. Excuse me, but it really, I would ask for your help. We're here to conduct a meeting for the City Council today and take care of this business. If you're going to yell out, then we'll recess until the crowd can be calm and allow people who are here. They've given their time to come and speak, and we have a process for doing that, and we would like to let people speak. So at this time, what I want to say is to clarify is that
please turn the gain down on the mic so you can hear the speakers.
We're working on it, Mr. Ford. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. We're working on it. Want to clarify, don't own Embassy Suites, have never had an ownership in the Embassy Suites. That's completely not based in fact.
I would just say, Madam Mayor, that you have the floor for the rest of the meeting, so it's the public address that the folks are entitled to speak during. I want to thank you for actually recognizing CASA and the bridge and the important work they do. I want to thank you for the important work of alcohol awareness. I lost a grandfather to alcoholism. I almost lost my father, so thank you very much. I would like to say, number one, your meeting notice is illegal. It does not provide sufficient notice. If it actually named the member you're investigating, we would be filling up the entire Civic Center auditorium. And I recommend, Madam Mayor, that you do not take this up because it is illegal. I know you've got an opinion from your attorney there, but he just had his butt handed to him in court, and I wouldn't recommend you listen to him anymore. I've chaired meetings for the state of Texas for 2 governors for 14 years, and I know this is on its face illegal. So proceed as you may, but you want to talk about ethics. Let's talk about ethics. You lied about the previous actions of the city council. They did not fire the previous city manager. He resigned, and he was given 90 days severance. So was there an ethical issue about that to justify why you modified Mr. Miller's contract? Where is that? Where's that?
false statements of fact, every single public meeting. And you and I have talked about this in your office for over an hour and a half about the fact of your inability to follow the state open meetings rule act on that. The public are allowed to speak to any issue that the city governs on, and you know that. Tax notes losses, you orchestrated and carried out a walking quorum, and that was established in quorum violation established in district court. It's a matter of record. Oh, yes, you did. And then finally, the whole reason we're here, Mr. Stanley in court was identified as an adverse party to the proceeding. He was set aside. He had to get his own legal representation. Your lawyer should have said, I can no longer represent you, Mr. Stanley. You are no longer a party to this proceeding. Mr. Stanley can talk about that until the cows come home. That's a violation of the State Bar of Texas disciplinary rules 106 and 112, and your attorney should be fired for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Next, Mr. Skank. And on deck after Mr. Skank will be Kelsey Richardson.
Wow. God bless the healing power of getting a new left hip. I'm walking. All right. James Skank in the city. Once again, as usual, public comment comes before we know what you're going to talk about. And so as the reality is we have no idea. I do have one idea since the message there didn't say mayor and council, that you're not the one that we're going to be talking about and doing anything with. Even though we all know there's been horrible actions that have gone on, finger pointing on the dais to an elected official voting the way they wanted to. That was appalling to me, sitting here through that. I did everything I could to not holler out at that meeting. That was so inappropriate. So maybe you need to look at that. You know, when you actually get to going over, and I remember y'all putting these things together on the mission and responsibility statements, and how it's all centered around your little team effort. We don't elect city council people as a team. We elect you as individuals to serve us individually, not as a team. You're not the quarterback, or you're sort of the quarterback, but you're not the main player. You have to play, and everybody gets their particular vote individually. You're taking away that individual representation when you take people down. Now, anything that I've seen, I've never seen a more upright citizen than Cole Stanley. One of the things that I know is in here under 3C or something, that if you're going to speak on any city or council thing, that you have to explicitly say that you're not representing the city or the city council. He's done that every time when he's speaking as a candidate for being mayor or as a citizen. He's not representing you, so he has violated nothing on that. And for this to be such a deal, you even got the news media jumping on it. You know, KAMR is all over this, thinking that there's a violation. Well, you're not going to do anything right now, I understand, except do this. Did you get that? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skank. Next, Ms. Richardson. And our last speaker on deck after Ms. Richardson will be Linda Watkins.
Well, there's not much more to say aside from what Claudette and Mr. Skank already said, but I'm going to go ahead and read what I had written out. As always, speaking based off of assumptions from agenda items posted is like shooting in the dark. As I'm sure you've noticed, this room is full of people. We are all here to support who we do trust, and that's Cole Stanley. Agenda item 5B states that we are here to discuss conduct by a council member as a potential violation of city governance ends and policies. City Council Member Code of Conduct 3B states that City Council members are to support and accurately represent the policies of the city when acting in their official capacity, to present their individual opinion on an issue outside of city meetings if they explicitly state they do not represent the council or the city. If we're here for the reason that I think we are, I would like to remind you that Cole stated both sides when he was speaking at the mayoral forum. He stated as a councilman he couldn't discuss the litigation, but as a candidate, which separated his views from the council itself, he would drop the suit. I feel as though we are all here to watch yet another witch hunt or political stunt show, or hear another loophole in the system that us lowly citizens wouldn't know about. During the tenure of this outgoing council, you have been most accomplished in furthering the gap between citizens and representatives. The distrust created by this council will take years to overcome. As a citizen, I ask you to reflect on your duties as elected representatives and remember what is done here today will be your legacy. I encourage you to act wisely.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. And our last speaker, Ms. Watkins. She's walking up to the podium now, Mr. Ford.
I am most grateful for an final opportunity, to express my opinion about this city council. As far as this ethics violation goes, if anybody has violated ethics, it's every single one of you except for Cole. You people have done nothing. It is not an ethics violation to have your own opinion and to not agree with the rest of the council. Every one of you has been a rubber stamp for Mrs. Nelson. Every single one of you. You've never opposed her. You have not cared about what the citizens feel. And as far as I'm concerned, the best thing that you guys have done for the city of Amarillo is to leave office. And in my opinion, this is a cheap trick, and it's a despicable one, to try to smear Cole and try to promote Frida, hoping that she will be the next mayor. I'm sorry, Mrs. Powell, it isn't going to work.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. Mayor, that concludes public address.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 5A, which is reviewing the agenda items in your packet. Council, are mics on? Yeah, okay, I hear it. For the regular meeting, any attachments? Council, do you have any questions? I think maybe when we turned that down, it affected these. Okay. Let's pause for just a second while we work on that. Is that better? Kind of about the same, isn't it? Okay. Okay, let's try. Yeah, I have to talk to test it, right? Yeah. Hello, hello. Can you hear? Okay, so with council, I would just ask that we lean into our microphones. That's always a good idea anyway, but whatever's going on with the mics today, we can help it by talking directly into them. Item 5A, is there anything in your packets, council, that you have questions about that you want addressed before we get into the rest of the agenda? Okay, hearing nothing, let's move on to item 5B.
Mayor, I object to the consideration of item 5B. Does not give adequate notice to the public, and that's evidenced by Mr. Miller not knowing anything about this, and no one in this room knows anything about 5B, so I would ask that you would table it, reconsider it 2 weeks from now.
Council, do we want to table this measure, or do we want to have a discussion about it so that we have more information about what the item is? Is there a second to that? Are you making a motion to table the item?
Make a motion.
You making the motion?
Yes, ma'am. Make a motion to table it. We can take it back up when the public's been adequately noticed about what 5B contains.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second to table this item. All those in favor, is there any further discussion or questions about that motion?
Can I ask, does anyone have any information about what is pertaining to 5B here today? Mr. Miller, do you know anything about 5B, sir?
I do not.
Okay, and when I researched this over the weekend, I did ask Mr. Miller if he could bring me back some information on 5B, and he said he wasn't told anything.
But I think what we have right now pending is a motion. So unless you have a question about that motion, let's deal with that.
My issue was discussion of the motion, and so just making discussion, Mayor. Does anybody have any information about 5B here today other than yourself?
Yes.
Okay, who else would have information about 5B here today other than
Council,
yourself?
I discussed it with Councilmember Sauer, which I'm prepared to give that. All we want to do is have a discussion and give you an opportunity to have a conversation. I love that we have a full room, because all we want to do is to have a conversation about it. So
have the conversation when the public has been properly noticed, and we're not breaking the open meetings act.
According to the advice that I had from the city attorney, we did properly notice this. So not going to get into an argument with you about it, but if you've got any further comments about whether or not about this motion, do you have any further comments or questions?
Would you be willing to let a citizen rise and
At
speak?
this time, I would like for us to handle the motion that we currently have an open question on.
Okay. Call the question.
Excuse me, sir. Councilman Stanley, do you want to take a recess so that you can consult with your attorney? Because I don't think the council wants to consult with your attorney, but if you want to recess so that we can counsel with your attorney,
Mayor,
then we can do that.
I appreciate the second.
Do you want
Call
to
the
do
question.
that? Okay, call the question. All those in favor of the motion to table this item, please raise your hands. All those against the motion, please raise your hand. So we have a 3-2 vote to continue on with this conversation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Excuse me, sir. I have, if you don't mind taking a seat, please. You've made your point. We're continuing with the item on the agenda as noticed.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Mr. Walker, do you mind stepping down, please?
Hey,
if you're not going to step down, we're going to take a recess. Again, Mr. Stanley, would you like a recess to visit with your attorney? Because I would be more than happy to recess for that occasion.
Thank you for considering the objection. Thank you for allowing the second and the vote. Let's move on with your discussion.
Okay. Thank you very much. Last Thursday, I became aware of a comment made by Councilmember Cole Stanley. The issue was raised by several different citizens, some who spoke with me and some who spoke with Councilmember Eddie Sauer. After conferring with Councilmember Sauer, we decided that the best way to handle these concerns is to just bring them out in the open and to let Councilmember Stanley address the concerns, and then we would have all of the information, and the citizens would be able to. I'm going to ask for your help from the audience. We cannot move forward with this meeting if people are going to continue to shout out and interrupt. If you want us to get on with the business of the city, then I'm asking for your help, please. Please.
Mayor, may I speak, ma'am?
I'm going to call a recess for a moment so that we can everybody make a decision and calm down. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Thanks.
What a mess.
One of the question is,
seems to be no safe place to go. That direction or that direction. Frida? Mayor, can I interrupt, please?
Yes, sir.
If you would allow me just 1 second here. I appreciate everyone coming here today. I love this. I love our city of Amarillo, and I love the fact that you have 5 volunteers up here. That's all we are, just volunteers. Not sure why we offer to come do this some days, but we're here. I really need, and I ask for you guys to just honor this dais, to honor the chair of the mayor. Let's let her speak. Let's let me speak, and let's get through this with some civility, and let's do this the right way. And everyone's entitled to their opinion, and we want to hear them, but maybe not from out there. So if you guys would, I would just ask you to honor this part of the process today as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I appreciate that leadership. With regard to item 5B, last Thursday I became aware of a potential issue that was raised by different citizens, some who spoke with me, some who spoke with Councilmember Eddie Sauer. And after conferring with Councilmember Sauer, we thought the best way to handle these concerns was just to create an opportunity for the City Council to discuss them. Especially to let Councilmember Stanley have the opportunity to address them. And then the council, the 5 of us, could move forward and discuss how we wanted to move forward. So the whole reason for putting the agenda item on the agenda was to be transparent and to hope that this approach builds trust with citizens. There may be some in this room that disagree with that, and I respect that. But especially to those citizens who raised the concerns last week. The concerns raised were in regard to an answer that Councilmember Stanley gave during a mayoral debate on Tuesday, April 18th. When asked about the Civic Center lawsuit between Alex Fairley and the city, Councilmember Stanley answered, "I would drop the lawsuit on the appeal with Mr. Fairley and I'd pay his fees." And the amount of the fees is more than $426,000. The concern that we've heard from citizens is that if Mr. Fairley is making large contributions to campaigns for city council candidates, does he expect to receive something in return? And is he doing so expecting to recover his legal fees? And has Councilmember Stanley taken a campaign contribution from Mr. Fairley? And did Mr. Fairley make a contribution knowing that Councilmember Stanley would vote to pay him the $426,000? And those are serious questions, and we thought that they needed to be addressed. And I'm grateful that Mr. Stanley is going to get a chance to do just that. Some facts that are relevant and that are easily confirmed by citizens are that I think they're important for us to have this conversation. That Mr. Fairley is the only listed member of an LLC by the name of Deal On LLC, and that can be confirmed with the Texas Comptroller's Office. That Deal On LLC made a $25,000 contribution to candidate Tom Sherlin, which was more than 60% of the campaign funds reported to be raised by Mr. Sherlin, and that can be confirmed on a campaign finance report filed with the city secretary on April 3rd. Deal On LLC also made a $25,000 contribution to the Amarillo Professional Firefighters Association Local 542 PAC, and that PAC supports Cole Stanley. And that contribution was more than 77% of the campaign funds raised by the PAC. Deal On LLC also made a $100,000 contribution to Attorney General Ken Paxton, while the AG's office was involved in a lawsuit between Alex Fairley and the city, according to a campaign finance report filed with the Texas Ethics Commission on November 1, 2022. Seeing the large number of dollars contributed by Deal On LLC in political races related to that lawsuit, citizens have questions about these contributions. And specifically, they have questions about, did a current city council member receive a contribution from Mr. Fairley? The City Council operates under policy that clearly states a member's responsibility is to demonstrate honesty and integrity in every action and statement and inspire public confidence in our government. This agenda item is for the council to discuss this policy, to hear council members anything he wants to say with regard to the questions that citizens are raising about that, and get the facts clear for citizens. It was not discussed with staff because this is an item among the five of us. And the Open Meetings Act keeps us from being able to talk to each other about things until they're on the agenda. Councilmember Sauer and I discussed this on Thursday, again on Friday, and what that meant was because we had talked about it, we couldn't talk about it with any of y'all. Staff was not involved because it's not a staff issue. It's about council member policy, and it's simply a discussion for us to get the facts, make sure we're dealing in facts, and attempt to put to bed some of the rumors that are going around. But in particular, people have questions about whether or not votes are being purchased on the city council, and that is a very serious accusation, and the appropriate thing it felt like to us was to give you the chance to talk about it. So we can do it through questions, but a conversation is what we want to have.
Mayor, would you be willing to let a citizen rise and speak who was brought up in this? Before we enter in our discussion, I think this would be helpful to put this part to bed.
Mr. Sherlin, is it true that you received $25,000 from Dealon?
And let me tell you something. In this society, we live in a free society. I can get donations from anybody.
Yes, sir.
And I don't have to pay. I'm not paying back Mr. Fairley. And if you're accusing me of that, I'm going to see y'all in court because my name, you use my name here in a public forum.
Yes, sir.
And you accused me
Mr.
of
Sherlin,
something that, go ahead.
Okay. I want to be very clear. I am not making that accusation. We have...
Please, guys, please. Let Tom speak, please.
I want to ask one question. How many times did y'all get donations from people? And large donations. Can I ask you that?
Well, this conversation is about whether or not...
it's about Tom. It's about me. You brought my name in.
Mr. Sherlin,
You brought my
I
name.
never took a donation larger than $5,000. So I did not take a donation in that same amount or in that realm.
I got better friends, I guess. I don't know.
I guess so, sir.
But the accusation that was made to me right here.
No, sir, it's not an accusation. No, sir. These are questions being raised by citizens. I think it's only fair. Only fair for you to have a chance to answer them.
I've heard you. I think I understand exactly where you're coming from. Unless you have something further, we're going to try to get back to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mayor, I would ask, it's not on, probably. So I can't chew it anymore.
The microphone?
I know y'all can't hear. Is that better? Oh, okay. My fault. Are there any other violations that you would allege here today, Mayor?
I just want to be very clear. The concern is if you're receiving a large donation from Mr. Fairley, as others in this race have, is there an expectation that the attorney's fees will be paid by dismissing the lawsuit?
Okay.
That's the question. I didn't come up with that question, but I think it's only fair.
Please.
I think let me be to the person that shouted out that Frida did, I have not talked with Frida about this issue, and I think it's important for us to stick to facts about that.
I'm okay with responding, but I would
And I thought you might be. I mean, I really thought this would be a good situation,
Well,
so that we're putting down rumors and giving opportunities for discussion.
I know your heart is to help me, and Lord knows no one has helped me more over the past 2 years than you have. But at the point of having a discussion, I would like to get listed all and any violations that you feel where I would have breached the code of conduct. So would you mind listing those for me, please, and then giving the examples of when that took place? Because you've alleged a response to a lawsuit, which I'll address, and then you've alleged a donation that comes with strings attached. Is there anything else?
Has Mr. Fairley or Deal On LLC made a contribution to your campaign?
Okay, so you'd like to know that. So, and then what else would you like to know?
How much was the contribution?
Okay.
How much was the contribution or the pledge, if it was a pledge?
What else?
To your knowledge, is that is this the largest? Is the contribution to Mr. Sherlin, or can you tell me how much has he made a contribution to you?
I'll answer all your questions here.
Okay.
And then I'd like to move on.
Because I might have other questions based on what those answers are. So,
ma'am, I don't think I want to engage in a discussion here in any type of a kangaroo court. So if you would have given me these items
they're just
in
simple
advance,
questions.
No, ma'am, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
And this does have a political potential to it. And so we must be mindful that we are less than 2 weeks away from the vote and the count. And you are addressing this. You could have spoken with me privately.
I could not have after
told
Councilmember
staff
Sauer
and
raised the
had
issue with me. The Open Meetings Act prevented me from speaking with you about it.
I don't have any issues. I want to know, what else do you feel I have violated in this code of conduct?
Well, this is a discussion. There's an entire
I choose not to
policy
participate
here.
in the discussion, but I will give you a response.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm saying is, if citizens are asking if he has made a contribution to you, either through his own personal name or through any entity name, or if he's pledged a financial contribution. For instance, if he has made a contribution of $40,000, I'm pulling that number out of the air, and in return, he knows if you win the campaign, you've already told him that you will pay him $426,000.
So
that's troubling to people.
Sure.
To understand that he might be making the largest donation in the history of Amarillo local elections, and in exchange for it, he's getting dollars back into his pocket. That's a big concern. So if you want to address that, then we can put that to rest, that it's not a concern for folks. I'm also wondering if you have talked with Alex Fairley about the lawsuit.
Okay. Let me write that down. Okay.
And what action you would be willing to take to remedy this so that citizens can trust that there's not this is not my words, because I'm not accusing, I'm just trying to get the information out so that we want to make sure no council member is receiving a campaign contribution in exchange for a future vote or a future action that pays the contributor money. And that's a big concern.
Once again, I appreciate you helping me. So,
well, in fairness, a lot of conversation about that this is a political stunt, or you even said a kangaroo court. And I will tell you, I knew the moment that I put this on the agenda, this is not politically beneficial for anyone but you.
Madam Mayor.
But I will tell you,
Mr. Cole's treasurer, Mr. Stanley's treasurer, if you have any questions about his donations, you can talk to me. And also, if you have any questions about his donations, that's the purpose of the Texas Ethics Commission to not handle this in a public forum,
Correct.
but to handle it in a legal forum. That's the purpose, so you don't get accused of electioneering.
The point
Correct.
is, it's simple questions.
I've
And we
heard all your
live-
questions. I thank you for your questions. So thank you for asking all this. I don't have any problem in responding. I am going to give you a response, and then I'm not interested in being involved in a discussion that was started out illegally, not posted correctly to our public, comes on the heels of me being blindsided in public with as many people supporting and saying hang in there and everything, but still, you go 3 or 4 days, you just don't know what somebody may make up, right? So it's just in your mind.
Well,
So-
have we made up any facts here, Mr. Stanley? Just speak to that.
I think I'm relieved that this is your issue. So I'm going to respond to all of these issues right now, and then I'm gonna be done. So let's go to the basis that you're basing all of this on, that I somehow could affect the dollars that could end up in Mr. Fairley's pocket. I cannot, and here's why. Mr. Fairley won the lawsuit. It was proven by Judge Souter and found by Souter 9 times you committed an illegal activity.
No.
And so that has been settled. Now, it's been appealed. It's been appealed, but his fees were given to him by Judge Souter. So if you have an issue with anybody paying Mr. Fairley, it's Judge Souter that awarded him his legal fees. Now, ma'am, I'm not in a discussion with you.
I think the
listened
issue
to what
is
you had to say.
you stated
I would
publicly-
no, ma'am. I would like to answer all your questions.
Okay, we'll debate this going on.
I
I'll make a
don't need to
list
debate
with
it, ma'am.
follow-up questions. Keep going.
You can write your follow-up questions, but I'm not answering them. So I'm going to answer these questions. So I, on the basis of being able to do anything, can do nothing to benefit Mr. Fairley. And me saying, when I was asked in that debate, what would you do in a hypothetical situation, and I stand by that comment, that yes, it's right for the city to move on. It's right for us to drop the lawsuit that this council put us in that went directly against the vote of our citizens. And let's keep in mind, right now, down at the state Congress, they are writing legislation to prevent this type of thing from happening again. So this is our voice. And I'm not done speaking, ma'am. There's no
I didn't say
expectation.
anything.
I'm not done. There's no expectation from Mr. Fairley on me. There's nothing incumbent on the money that he's contributed. I'll have you know that he didn't give me a contribution until April. And so it wasn't on the report that I filed, but I have multiple donations that are $5,000 and $10,000, lots of money. And everything that comes from somebody comes with the exact same answer of, I will do everything for you that I will do for any other citizen in the city of Amarillo. I'm not going to treat anybody any different, and I will fulfill that request because I'm your civil servant. You're my boss. I work for you. And so whether you voted for me or you voted against me, it doesn't matter. Now, Mr. Fairley did donate to my campaign. You'll see this at this Friday. Is that correct? This Friday's report is due, so this is all public knowledge. I purposefully took it from him. I didn't ask him to give it to a PAC. I'm not afraid of it. I don't mind saying that he donated it, and he donated $40,000 to my campaign, which I've used very well to run this race. And I don't have any qualms with that. That is the political system that we're in. If we don't like it, we need to change it. We could set maximum limits on it or whatever we would do. But my integrity and my ethics are not in question based on who donated to my campaign. I've got people that have donated to my campaign and Frida's at the same time. And so, there's lots of different things that are moving parts and pieces. Mr. Fairley doesn't have a contract with the city. He's not entangled in the mess. Now he's a fan of mine, and I appreciate that. But I'm not afraid of it in any form or fashion to come out here and tell you that is what I said. Now, one thing that I want to address to the lawsuit real quick. I was deposed as an adverse witness after being required to give cell phone records, email records, and anything else that may have gone on with the leading up to that lawsuit and during that lawsuit.
Those were
I had to
requested by
hire,
Mr. Fairley, by the way.
I had to hire my own attorney
Because
to
you
look out
didn't
for my
comply with those
self-preservation.
requests.
We put the notice, we put a legal notice on the city of Amarillo that they did not represent me. So I am not
You chose to
named,
do that.
Ma'am, please. I am not named. Ma'am. My point, I'm not named in the lawsuit personally. Okay, it's a lawsuit against Fairley versus the city of Amarillo. I've been treated as an adverse witness.
Because you chose not to
ma'am,
comply.
I put you on notice that you don't represent me. I'm not involved in that lawsuit at all at this point. I can speak on it. I can say what I'd like. Now, at that meeting, I did tell you, just because it's the right way to say it so that it's clear, as your city councilman, I have no comment. As a future candidate, or as a candidate for mayor that could happen in the future, hypothetically, here's what I would do. You know why? Because I think when you ask a direct question like this, you should actually get an answer out of your
I
candidates.
can't
and
wait
know
to get
what you're
direct
getting.
answers to the questions that citizens are asking.
So,
So,
ma'am,
did he give you money?
What did you ask?
I'm asking, I want to clarify. Have you received a contribution from Mr. Fairley?
I already said it.
I'm asking to clarify that, please.
So, here's
asking
where
to
I'm at.
I'm sorry, I still didn't hear because there was so much noise.
Ma'am.
I'm sorry. Do you
It will
mind
be on
answering
public
that?
record. I don't. De Leon and Mr. Fairley contributed to my campaign in the amount of $40,000, and I'm not ashamed of it.
Is that the largest campaign contribution in Amarillo's history?
I wouldn't know, ma'am. I've only been in politics for 2 years. Here's where I'm at. I'm not going to participate in this any further. I appreciate you guys coming and supporting me. I will be glad to come back in here. I will be glad to come back in here when we're ready to get on with city business. Now, I do see one of the most respected mayors that I can remember who just walked in. I'm asking, Mayor, would you be willing to allow him to rise and speak?
One moment, please. I have more questions for you. Cole, Mr. Stanley, would you be willing to abstain from any future council votes that involve a financial benefit being paid to Mr. Fairley?
I appreciate you waiting with respect, sir. How are you today, Mayor?
Mr. Stanley, will you answer that question?
Would I ask a question first, Ms. Mayor? Would you be willing to let Mr. Sizemore speak?
I very much so respect Mr. Sizemore, but the conversation that I would like to
Appreciate
have
you guys
right now is with you.
Please come get me when we're ready to continue.
So, Mayor Sizemore, you know how much I respect you, but what I need to do right now is to open this to the council for further questions and further discussion. One moment, please. We good, Corporal? Okay, thank you very much for checking on that. Council, at this time, this is not an action item on our agenda, and that was on purpose because all I wanted to do was have a conversation about it. All I wanted to do was give citizens who are asking these questions the chance to get answers from Mr. Stanley. Now, Council, I'm asking you for your input with regard to this situation. Do you think there's any further action necessary? There are basically 3 different courses of action that we could take from here. Our duty as a council is to ensure that there's been no ethical violations and that our council policy is in place. There's no action item on this agenda, but potential action items going forward could be that it could be that there's no action needed by this council. It could be that we place an action item on the next agenda to consider a resolution with regard to any conduct that violated city policy. And it could be that we would place an action item on the agenda with regard to Article 5, Section 19 of the city charter. What I need to know from you guys as a council is what do you want to do next? Give me consensus with regard to how we move forward. What do you think?
I don't think there's time left to deal with this.
With regard to?
Just the whole. There's not enough time left on this council to deal with the whole situation, so I think it should be. I think we just leave it. No action.
Other thoughts, Howard? Sorry, other thoughts, Howard?
You want to comment from me?
I mainly just want to know if you want to weigh in on the.
I respectfully decline to make a comment.
Anything you want to say?
Well, one thing, I do not accept threats. That's for sure. So I could not hear the choices that were made.
Okay. Just trying to figure out if there's anything that we need to do going forward. I mean, the attempt here was to get information to put down those accusations and to give information to the citizens who were asking questions about what contributions had been made and if there had been any conversation about those being made in exchange for a vote to dismiss the lawsuit. So one way of moving forward would be no action item needed. A second way of moving forward would be to consider a resolution that would censor or call out any conduct that was violating city council policy. And then a third option would be possibly considering to open an investigation under Article 5, Section 19 of the city charter. And if you feel uncomfortable commenting because you are involved in that race, that's fine.
Yes, because I am an opponent in the race for mayor, so I don't have any comments, but I don't appreciate any threats just because I live in this city. So.
At this time, we're going to move forward with this item, and I'm not hearing that there's any action that the council wants to move forward on, and that's fine. This is why we put it on as a discussion item agenda. If we think that the citizens have the information that they wanted to have about this situation, then they can make up their own minds about the situation, and that's all that we wanted to do. Anything else on this item?
Other council members spoke. What's your opinion?
My opinion was just I wanted to get information in front of the citizens. I actually think that this council does not have time to do a proper.
Thank you.
And so I don't think we should move forward with it either. Okay. With regard to that, then we're ready to move on to item 5C, which is to discuss the results of the city initiatives for 2023 Earth Day. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, we've got Donnie Hooper and Michael Kashuba here to present the city initiatives for 2023 Earth Day. Donnie.
Yeah, it's okay.
Is it on?
All right.
Can you hear it?
Donnie, give me just a minute. Hey, Donnie.
Hello? Okay. All right. Hi, Mayor. I'll just wait.
Yeah, no, let's let the room move out. Yeah, me either. That's difficult. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
She could have done that. Taken more place.
Donnie?
Sure.
Ready when you are.
Good afternoon. We wanted to bring an update to council about Earth Day. Of course, just let me know if you want me to proceed or hang on.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. We wanted to give a report about Earth Day and our participation in that as a city. We had several parks that had roll-off locations at those parks for citizens to use. We also had several volunteer organizations that participated in Earth Day, as well as the Parks Department, who put together some projects as well. So I wanted to kind of give you a report on that. We had a slide for that. I'm not sure if it's up or not. Do we have? There's just a photo that we had from Public Works. This is our side of it, and Parks is going to come up and talk about it in a moment. So we had roll-offs that we placed out at different locations across the community, including all the libraries. That would be Southwest, East Library, Northwest, Downtown, East Ridge School Park, along with San Jacinto School Park, Hines Park, and Willow Park. We also had some other roll-offs at Transformation Park, Memorial Park, Federal Avenue, and Southeast 12th Avenue. Those were the locations for that. As far as the collections were concerned, on our side of it, it was down this year from last year on Earth Day, but I think that's a positive thing for us because we started to see that not as many areas had as much stuff to pick up this year as they did last year. So we collected 25.7 tons of materials from those library locations and the park locations. And then the Transformation Park, Memorial Park, Federal Avenue, and Southeast 12th, which were volunteer programs that came out and picked up those parks, they did 9.9 tons for a total of 35.6 tons, or as in our previous presentations, we compared that to Volkswagens. That was about 31 Volkswagens worth of trash that we collected on those events. So Parks also has a report that they would like to give, and I'd like to ask them to come up now, and I think, yep, all right.
Good afternoon. Cindy Perez. I'm the Beautification and Public Arts Coordinator. So for Earth Day 2023, we had several organizations within Amarillo volunteer for park cleanups. Last week at the following locations: Meddy Park, 9th Street Trails, McDonald Lake, and Thompson Park. There were also other cleanup initiatives within the city, but these were not city-led. A total of 88 volunteers accounted for 138 man-hours, which resulted in 128 bags of trash collected. Had the weather been a little bit more ideal, I have no doubt we would have a larger turnout, resulting in more collected bags of trash. We have a few photos here of our volunteers. This is at Meddy Park, and we had our large initiative at Thompson Park as well. This is not our last park cleanup, and we only hope to grow our volunteer program. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We appreciate all of the work that Parks and Rec and that Public Works did to support that event. I saw Bob G. Yalamanchili and Debbie Yalamanchili here earlier in the meeting, and I know they've done a lot of work too, just to make this an annual event, and it's gaining traction. And maybe it's fair to assume that we had less trash to pick up this year because we're doing a better job on neighborhood and citywide cleanups throughout the year. So still, that was a lot of trash picked up, an awful lot. So Donnie, thank you. Tell your team thank you. Council, anything to add to that? Okay. Moving on then to agenda item 5D, which is to discuss a city plan update.
All right, Mayor, we've got Director of Planning, Emily Kohler, to just give us a very brief update on where we're at with the city plan. We're not going into great detail, although we can answer any question council might have. Emily.
Right. I just have a couple slides. Thank you for the opportunity. We also want to share a special outreach initiative that we're working on with the schools, too, that I think you will find to be fun and unique. So we are about a third of the way through the process right now, and we are heavily focused on community engagement. We are really trying to educate people about what city plan is and help them understand that we cannot do this effort without them. The community kickoff was March 1st, and we have tried a number of outreach methods to date. And some of those are listed on the slide. I have a much longer list that our Office of Engagement and Innovation provided to me, but those are the highlights. And so at this point, we've received comments from over 2,000 people in the process. I will address the surveys in a little bit more detail here in a minute. We've also completed the existing conditions analysis that identifies current growth trends and posed key questions for the community. And right now we're working on what we're calling the business as usual scenario, which will illustrate trends related to development, infrastructure, and tax revenue if we do nothing and continue to grow in the same pattern that we've been growing in. And the community will then be able to respond to that and work on their preferred growth scenario. And we're also working on the draft vision and goals, and the survey is a really critical piece of this. And so once the survey closes on May 2nd, then we'll release that draft vision statement for people to respond to. So I wanted to make sure everyone knows our next community workshops are Tuesday, May 2nd. And the topic is that business as usual growth scenario and being able to respond to that. We have 2 time slots, so the 11:30 to 1:30 over the lunch hour is at the downtown library. That's the same schedule as the first community workshop, and then we'll be at the East Library in the evening from 6 to 8 p.m. Same content, just trying to give people an opportunity to attend. If they're working during the day, they can come at night. And then also I wanted to make sure I mentioned that the steering committee meeting is open to the public. We did get some questions on that. That will be at 5:30 on Monday, May 1st at the Globe News Center. And so just a little bit more detail on the survey responses to date. So again, this survey is what directly informs the vision for the plan, and this is a really critical piece. I don't think it's something that Amarillo has done before, is really create a vision for future growth and development. So we want to make sure as many people as possible have a chance to participate. So right now we're just shy of 2,000. That's 1% of Amarillo's population. So putting that in perspective, if you're a citizen and you want to participate, now is the time. We're trying to reach as many people as possible and make this as representative of Amarillo as we can. So we're definitely seeing a collective focus on reinvesting in the older parts of the city. It is clear that people are dissatisfied with investment in parks, streets, and older neighborhoods. And when we asked how we want to grow in the future, the top 2 relate to reinvestment and redevelopment. And interestingly, the number 1 priority when we asked about what do we need to do to ensure Amarillo is successful in the future is maintaining affordability. And in addition to that, aging infrastructure and economic development. So we definitely are seeing clear trends towards investment in the older parts of the city, but what we're not seeing right now is clarity around the vision. There's a really wide diversity of comments on being a more progressive city, being a more conservative city,
focusing on ag, focusing on tech. And so, again, I just really want to encourage people to participate and make sure that their comments are included. This is a really critical part of the community conversation. And the best way to do that is to take our survey. So, lastly, we are working on a special initiative with the schools. And so I definitely want to thank Joy's team with the Office of Engagement and Innovation, Isaiah, Chase, and Monica. They have put a lot of effort into working on this project with the planning department, and we really could not do this without them. And so we're trying to do creative things to reach Amarillo citizens, and so one of these is the school outreach. And we thought, well, who better to ask than Amarillo's future leaders what they want their city to be. So we created this video, we have a kids survey, and then we have a character, Amy the Armadillo. She has her construction hat on. She's working to build a better future for Amarillo. And so we've asked all the school districts and private schools to share with their teachers between now and the end of the school year, and hopefully the kids will have time to take the survey. And I think we can show it. That was the idea, right? Okay.
In 2045, I'm going to be 30 years old.
I'll be around 36 years old by then.
33. 32. In 2045, I will be 33 years old.
I like knowing the history about it, all the events that happened.
Honestly, downtown Amarillo. Probably all the gas stations, like the swimming pools and all the museums and stuff. School, because I get to read and I also get to hang out with my friends as well. Probably way bigger. Not like big, but like bigger than right now.
I feel like we would be expanding. The buildings will be a lot further and we'll have more buildings, you know.
Tall buildings and buildings that are neater. A bigger population, maybe like more like houses and maybe like hotels and stuff. I feel like a big amusement park would be pretty fun.
Entertainment. I feel like if we had a lot more things to do, then it would be a lot more fun for people to come visit.
Charity, because people need it. I would like fix up the streets and stuff. You know how like Synergy? Like a lot more of those.
Thanks, John. So again, thank you to Joy's team. They're helping make this project a success. And that's really all we have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, council? Joy, do you want to say something about that video? Who put that together? And it's very well done. Yeah.
Hello, thank you for a moment to speak. I just want to say, as our department has transitioned to engagement and innovation, we're very excited to engage with the city. And a very important part of the survey is we need to hear from everybody. So appreciate everybody doing this, but Chase Brady put this together. We had some volunteers. We had no idea what they were going to say. So this is all very organic, and we just appreciate everybody supporting this as we go to the students now to ask them what do they want to see in the future for Amarillo.
Thank you. Tell Chase thank you for the work on that. Moving on to agenda item 5E, which is a discussion about Building Safety's International Code Update Project. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, we've got Director Johnny Scholl. Sorry, Building Safety. Johnny, take it away.
All right, I'm going to keep this kind of brief and available to questions if you have any. We started the
construction advisory appeals on the moving to the new codes because we had an ISO guy come out. Currently, the city is number 2 in commercial and number 3 in residential out of 10. What that does, it helps our insurance rates on all our houses, and also if there's a national disaster and FEMA gets involved, we get support from them. If you're a number 10, you don't get any support from FEMA, and you don't get any discounts from insurance.
And say again, Johnny, what we are in Amarillo?
We are number 2 for number 2 for commercial, number 3 for residential. Okay. We can't get a number 2 rating in residential because the state has decided not to make sprinkler systems for fires in houses. That's the only way we could get to a number 2 or better. In order to get to a number 1, we would have to have engineers on the building safety staff, and we don't have that currently. So our members, this is a list of our members. We have engineers. We have a member of large who is also a real estate guy, electricians, mechanical, plumbers, builders, architect, and also an insurance. Here's all the meetings that we had. We started out on the 2018s. We've had 16 meetings, and the way that it took so long, we decided to move to the 21s. To stay current on the ISO, we need to be within 6 years on the current codes. So we turned to the 2021s, and we've had these meetings. Our next meeting, we've just about got everything buttoned up. We're going to send it over to Brian to look over, and we're having our next meeting May 2nd. Currently, we have about 22 pages of the IBC with 36 amendments, 7 pages of the International Existing Building Code, 33 amendments, the International Electrical Code, 7 amendments, about 3 pages, National Fire Code, about 133 amendments and 27 pages, International Fuel Gas Code, 26 amendments with 4 pages, the International Mechanical Code, 18 amendments, about 4 pages, International Plumbing Code, about 29 amendments, 6 pages, and the International Residential Code, about 54 amendments and 16 pages. Is there any specific questions anyone has?
Yes, sir. Energy code's going to stay at 2016, is that correct?
2015, that's correct.
2015, that does not affect our ISO rating, is that right?
It will affect it a little bit. I can't get an answer of how much it will affect it, but with us going to the current codes and everything else, it should be very minor.
And you stated that we were ranked a 2 and a 3, and so if they did drop us down, you said if you were all the way to a 10, that would be the lowest rating?
Right.
Okay.
I talked to Panhandle before this meeting because I heard that they just were trying to get their ISO up. They're at a 10, and the citizens there wanted to have a better rating. And they've moved to a 5 for residential, and they think it's going to be significant, but I can't get any information about how much that's going to affect things.
Okay. So is it fairly arbitrary in their decision? It's just a subjective scale for them on an overall kind of comprehensive understanding of what we're following, what we're not? Is that where that rating comes to?
The rating comes from everything the Building Safety Department does, the amount of qualified people we have on board. All that plays in together, but what gets the most points is being with the current codes. So we could have the current codes and very poorly everywhere else, and we'd still have a pretty good rating. We could have engineers on staff and not be on the current codes and have a very poor rating.
Okay. Is there anything that's not going to the 2021 code other than the energy code?
Well, the electrical's separate. They stay on a separate code cycle. They're going to be on the 2020.
Okay.
But it'll be the same as a 21 code for the building codes.
Okay. And Chief, you listed all of the amendments, which were things that we either did not adopt, we chose not to adopt and enforce, or we modified them. Is that right?
And there are some that was not part of the building code that we felt was necessary.
So you may have added a few things.
Yes.
Do you have the ability to publicize all of those amendments and list them? Have you already done that? Is that on the website somewhere?
It's not on the, we have everything that we've talked about on the website currently, but not this latest version that we're about to send over. But that will be on there.
So once it goes through the process, everything's approved, do you intend on publicizing that for all of our building community and developers and business
Yes,
owners?
they'll all be publicized before it comes back to council to vote on.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
What do you think your timeline is going to be on that, Johnny?
It depends on whether the board agrees with everything or if we miss something or they've had another idea. But within the next few months, I could see it going through.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Johnny.
Thank y'all.
Item 5F is an update on the automated metering infrastructure project.
All right, Mayor, we've got Project Manager Jim Wallace here to present the item. Prior to him saying some things, we've been running over 1,000 meters, and that rollout has been incredibly effective and very few challenges. In fact, I think it's 2, if I remember right. And there might have been something in the last week or 10 days since I heard that number. But Jim, take it away. If I said the wrong number, be sure and correct it while you're talking.
Okay. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to report to you today. My name is Jim Wallace. I work with the Office of Engagement and Innovation as the project's manager. So my presentation today is a report back on Councilmember Smith's inquiry about the water meter project. So if I may, let me begin by giving you the project plan as it was laid out. So the water meter project is to be completed in 2 phases. So phase 1 is designed to be a pilot plan, and where it has 3 main goals. So the first goal is to have 1,000 meters upgraded and to test all of the different areas within the city. And the second goal was then to also integrate with our current utility billing system for billing purposes. And the third goal was to also define new processes for analyzing all this new data that we're going to be getting with the goal of water conservation. Then phase 2 would be the full deployment to upgrade the remaining 75,000 plus water meters across the entire city, and then to also launch a public-facing customer consumption portal and payment portal. So to accomplish this goal, we start with phase 1. The first step was to set up a radio network infrastructure. And this consists of 9 base stations at 7 different locations across the city where they would capture readings from these meters and store them in a database server system. The next step is to upgrade 1,000 meters across the city to test this radio network. So to accomplish this, we use the 12 water billing districts that the city is divided into. The contractor was giving a list of all of the meters in our current system, and they selected meters in each district by type, including both residential and commercial type meters. To date, as Mr. Miller said, we have 1,100 meters that were upgraded as of March the 24th, and this visual shows the distribution of those meters throughout the city. The final step in phase 1 is to set up a meter data management system and integrate it with the radio network and the utility billing system. So this is currently in progress. So that once this final step is completed, then we can begin or be ready for phase 2, if you will. So phase 2 is our full deployment, where we will actually upgrade all of the meters across the city. We'll set up and configure the public-facing consumption portal. We plan on this to kick off in the fall, if everything is ready to go. So next I would like to show you the communications that the Office of Engagement and Innovation has put together. The plan is to engage the public through all of these different avenues, the city website, postcard mailings, automated phone messages, emails, social media postings, sharing information with the press and media. All of this information will be available on the city website. So this is an example of what that looks like. We have postcards that are going to be mailed out, and this is an example of what the postcards look like, the front and the back. We did a test on this phase 1, and we mailed out postcards to those 1,000-meter the residents. Don't know what kind of response that we got. The only question that we really got was, is this going to cost extra? And so the answer to that was no. The installers will have yard signs that are being issued to them that they will put in the front of their vehicles and the back of their vehicles as they work through the alleyways. There will also be yard signs with this same signage on it that will be placed in strategic locations as we go through these different billing districts in those areas as they are upgraded. So next, we would like to show you a video that was put together by the Office of Engagement that will be made available to the citizens once we start phase 2.
The City of Amarillo Water Utilities is upgrading water meters throughout the city. These new digital meters will use the latest technology to provide the highest level of accuracy for water use as well as improving customer support. The installation process is simple and comes at no additional cost to residents. Residents will be notified in advance with a postcard and neighborhood yard signs. The replacement will take place between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. Installation should take 20 minutes and will be completed by utility-use. They can be identified by their uniform and vehicles with the utility-use name and logo. Utility-use workers will not require entry into the home for the installation process. Residents are asked to remove objects blocking access to the water meter and to secure any animals around the property. Water will be turned off during the installation. For businesses, utility-use will work with business management to schedule an appointment for installation, avoiding impacts on business operations. Residents will know their digital meter is installed when they receive their next bill, which will show water use numbers from both old and the new meter. For questions, residents can contact the City of Amarillo at 806-378-3030 or waterbill@amarillo.gov. New digital meters will provide more accurate water use data and will provide water management services to the Amarillo community.
And with that, do you have any questions for me?
Any questions, Council?
What's the timeline?
It depends on the size of the install crews. A regular install crew estimate that they can do 200 meters in a day. That would be an 18-month process. We won't be able to start out that high, though. So it would be more like 2 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
I
sir.
appreciate that report. When will it be in my house?
Does this come with an app that users will be able to check water usage at their homes? Or
Yes, ma'am. That's currently in the contract negotiation process as we speak, and that will be implemented once we get through further along in phase 2.
So installation first, then the next phase would include talking with the app and educating citizens about the app. And
yes.
Okay.
We'll bring later presentations that'll highlight and educate on the user interface as soon as we have that. We just don't have it yet. That's the biggest challenge on that.
Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, great job, Chase, on the video. I think that's very informative. Answers a lot of questions. Next item is 5GI, which is an update from the Beautification and Public Arts Advisory Board, and Councilmember Sauer sits on that board.
Okay.
Eddie?
Yes, ma'am. So the board met last Tuesday, I believe. April the 11th. Was that last Tuesday? No, that was 2 weeks ago. I can't keep up with these hardly anymore. Anyway, at that meeting, basically there was just a couple of things that were discussed. One of them was there was a mural grant update, and so I don't know if any of you guys know where 2105 South Taylor is. So it was a church at one point in time, I think.
I think that's, yeah.
And it's an apartment building, so where the interchange is between I-27 and I-40, so that would be, on that interchange, that would be the southwest corner. You see it whenever you exit off, and you're going to either head downtown from I-40 or you're going to head onto I-27. If you'll notice, they have, what the minutes say is that they've had received nonverbal approval of the mural project. Well, it's actually almost done. And it's a really cool mural, and it's where it is very, very visible from where it can be seen. So next time you're driving down I-40 and heading east, and you're turning onto I-27, just take a glance off to your right, and you're going to see a pretty cool building, apartment building that has a 2-story mural painted on it. It's really pretty cool. Other than that, there are some beautification initiatives that have been started. One of them is at the Rose Garden at Memorial Park, and they're currently in discussions with the Amarillo College Horticultural STEM program to revive that Rose Garden. And so that's a really pretty cool potential beautification project. And also they're talking about renovating the gazebo at Memorial Park as a beautification project. And that park, it's one of the most beautiful parks that we have in the city. So it's really pretty cool. Also, they've been talking about doing some welding art projects. So all the art pads that have been installed in the various different parks in Amarillo, they're working through the stipulations and about to call for RFPs or whatever you would call those for potential welding art projects that could be installed on those pads, and they would be really pretty cool. And they're talking about actually even maybe involving with the Hoodoo Mural Festival on that deal. Then they talked about the Earth Day cleanup projects, which those have already occurred. And then the last thing is, and I think this potential is really important, is they have put together a PowerPoint presentation to be involved with the MPO subcommittee as far as planning goes and how beautification and art and those kind of things could better be incorporated. And so, you have to start on that, because what's been done has already been set in place 10 years ago. So they're working really hard to be able to have a say and maybe how that the art is being done around the town to help beautify as those big projects are being made. So that was everything I had.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Sauer about that? Item 5GI is an update from the Amarillo Metropolitan Planning Organization Policy Committee. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have something with regard to that meeting?
Absolutely, Mayor. And to transition right along with Dr. Eddie Sauer, so the Amarillo Metropolitan Planning Organization Policy Committee, we met on April 20th, and we did receive a presentation from Beautification and Public Arts Committee on incorporating beautifying aspects to construction projects. So they talked about maybe using gravel, rock, metal, and then native plants. And so some of the plants that they were talking about were plants that don't require a lot of water, to use that to beautify some of those areas, along I-40 and other places. We did receive a revision to the Unified Planning Work Program for adding elements to work on the safety plan. We continue to work on developing the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, mission, vision, and goals. We did an update on the long-range plan for the Metropolitan Transportation Plan development. We had an update on milestones to become a transportation management area. And what we need on that would be the Federal Highway Administration designation, which is due either spring or summer timeframe. And then we talked about the congested management process, which is due within 12 months after the designation. And then we also had an update on current construction projects that are in the MPO boundary. So we had a very good meeting.
Any questions for her about that? I noticed also on the dais here we have information from TxDOT about a public hearing. Actually, it's an open house that they'll be holding with regard to some upgrades being made to Amarillo Boulevard where it connects to I-40 between I-40 West and Southwest 9th. So if you're a citizen who's interested in that project, you can attend. They have a virtual public meeting for questions or ideas about that project, but they also have an in-person meeting, and both of those are scheduled for this Thursday, the 27th.
So I guess it's what, 2 to 4 p.m. and then 6 to 8?
Yes, for the in-persons. And that virtual meeting is at 2 p.m. So just want to make people who might be interested in that project aware they have a chance to make their voices heard.
And that's all I have.
Questions or updates on that?
Unless
Okay.
there's any other questions.
I don't think so. Item 5H, request future agenda items and reports from the city manager. Anybody have anything? Okay. At this time, I'd like to take a bathroom break and come back and do consent and the action items. So let's take a short recess, maybe 10 minutes, and come back. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll reconvene and move right into the consent agenda. Is there anything there, council, that needs to come off for further questions or information? With that, do we have a motion on the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor. I move that the consent agenda be approved as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? That motion passes with a 5-0 vote. Moving on to Agenda 7A, which is to consider approval of the Amarillo Area Public Health District Cooperative Agreement Update.
All right, Mayor, we've got Anthony Spinell, Director of Environmental Health, to present the next two items. They are related. They are going to touch not only Anthony's area, but also Casey Stoughton's area with public health. So Anthony's going to present that, answer any questions. We also have a number of other team members in the room that can help out. Anthony.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Just want to make sure y'all can hear me first. Nope, can y'all hear me? Screen.
Yep, you're good.
All right, let's try that again. Good afternoon. Hope everyone's doing okay. I just want to go over the Amarillo Area Public Health District Cooperative Agreement Update. I'm going to give a real brief summary of this document, its history, and what we're trying to do here. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop me along the way. Just a little background. So the Amarillo Area Public Health District is basically a district that involves 8 jurisdictions. So it's Amarillo, Canyon, Potter, Randall counties, Tanglewood, Timber Creek, Bishop Hills, and the Palisades. So the district is formed by public health, environmental health, WIC, and animal management and welfare. Okay, so I just want to give you that little background here. This document has been in place since 1984, has been updated a few times along the way, 92, 97, and 2019. The current version of this document is valid for 10 years, so we updated in 2019. It's still valid till 2029. We are wanting to make a minor revision to this document just to really clean it up. So overall revisions include update to reflect current state law. You know, as state law changes, Chapter 121 of the Health and Safety Code, this document still lives on. So we want to bring this document in line with current state law. Also to reflect current practices, there's a clarification of district director versus the health authority, cleanup of some definitions, and with their corresponding ordinance parts, okay? It's really a minor update to this document, and keep in mind, once it moves from here, it still has to go to all the other jurisdictions, which are 8 in total. I have a long summary here. I'm happy to go in depth in any portion that you like, but that is a very high-level overview of what we're trying to do.
Questions for Anthony about that, Council? Okay, I don't think we have any.
Awesome.
Do we have a motion with regard to approving this, the revisions and updates being presented?
Yes, Mayor, we do. I move to approve the revisions and updates to the cooperative agreement for the Amarillo Public Health District.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve the Amarillo Area Public Health District Cooperative Agreement Update. Any questions or discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed, same sign. That passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 7B.
Anthony.
The second item is the corresponding updates to city ordinance. So the definition changes that we made in the cooperative agreement, we are subsequently making those changes in city ordinance. So the cooperative agreement update is just moving over to city ordinance, making those same changes. Any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I don't think so. Thank you. Do we have a motion with regard to item 7B?
Yes, Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 8057, amending the Amarillo Municipal Code, Chapters 8-5, 2-6, and 4-9, to reflect the updated Amarillo Area Public Health District Cooperative Agreement. This division will provide an overall update to reflect current state law and practices, as well as cleanup of definitions.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Sauer, to approve ordinance number 8057. Any discussion or questions on the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, same sign. That motion passes with the 5-0 vote.
Item 7C is consideration of resolution number 0425231.
All right, Mayor, we've got Laura Storrs, Assistant City Manager, Chief Financial Officer. We have had some savings on some of our projects, which created some available funding, some available ARPA funding. So we wanted to discuss with council any legal use for ARPA is available to us at this time. We have a number of recommendations for you that was built based upon addressing some known safety issues at our parks and also some known needs with our public safety. The majority of the money is being recommended to be spent in public safety, with the vast majority of that for fire AEDs, life packs, and paramedic training. Laura's going to give you the details. Understand there's going to be lots of conversation potentially, so we'll go wherever you want us to go. Laura?
Yes. Thank you, Jared. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I sent an email out with the same information, so hopefully you had a chance to look at it before the meeting. But there also is a handout there. There's a resolution, but also an Exhibit A that is an ARPA amended project plan, the second installment. So as a reminder, we got the ARPA funds in two installments of about $19.8 million each time. We have had a lot of success with spending those dollars and doing some things in our community that will affect generations to come. On the second installment, this council authorized us to utilize $2,165,000 to do some athletic field lighting projects in some of our low to moderate income areas, which meets the ARPA eligibility. So Jerry Danforth and his team, along with Michael Kashuba and the Parks team, did a fantastic job of really packaging all of the athletic field lighting projects together. If you'll remember, Council authorized a debt issuance to do the ones that did not meet ARPA eligibility. Because they were able to streamline those projects and get those moving forward quickly, we were able to get those projects completed within the bond proceeds, which frees up now this ARPA money that was earmarked for these athletic field lighting projects. So just a quick reminder on the bond proceeds, they could only be used for parks lighting projects. And so we went forward and utilized everything we could to get these athletic field lighting projects done and up to speed as quickly as possible. But now we are bringing to you guys to see what ideas you have to reallocate some of this ARPA funding from the second installment. What I sent you all was a recommendation. I worked with both of our chiefs, from the one from PD and also from fire, and asked them what kind of projects needs they had. I'm sure the list could have gotten really long if they had put everything out there, but they sent me some items, and what we're recommending here is funding all of the items from both of their lists that met the ARPA eligibility. So we were able to do that and fund the fire paramedic training over half of what they requested, with the rest of it staying as a parks lighting safety enhancement. And our thought on that is we've heard some concerns about the lighting over at the MediPark area. It's a well-used area, and there are some concerns there. And so the goal would be, if council decides to allocate the funds in this direction, we would get all of MediPark done. And if there's any remaining funds from the $1 million that we're recommending, then we would utilize it in another low to moderate income area park for some safety lighting enhancements. So again, this is a recommendation. If you'll remember, there is a lot of very strict criteria associated with what the ARPA funds can be used for. Again, these are one-time dollars, not to be spent on ongoing cost or year-over-year costs, but more for one-time projects. So with that, are there questions I can answer, or is there a certain direction that y'all would like me to go with this or with our recommendation?
What do y'all think? Mr. Stanley?
So with the revised criteria on ARPA, does it allow for any of this money to be used for streets?
No, not that I am aware of. I have not seen anything. I could certainly do further research on it, but I have not seen anything on it. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
I Appreciate that question.
In those initial, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
First, the first installment,
Yes.
it was hard to figure out from all those instructions what was okay or not. Have you had any questions about how we spent the first allotment?
No, we have not, and we have been submitting quarterly reports to the U.S. Treasury Department, who we received our direct allocation from, and everything has been going over smoothly at this point. So we're taking that as a sign that they're good with how we're spending those dollars.
Good.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all I got.
Nope, I like the direction that we're going in regards to spending or I should say reallocating the ARPA funds towards police and fire. So I think that's a good use of our dollars. So.
Well, I'll also say that I think you really have to, with the way people have complained to me about the lighting out at Meta Park, you basically have to consider that a public safety issue also.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yes.
Yeah.
And I think that's a valid point. We have seen that, and actually that was something that came through in one of the FAQs released by the Treasury Department, that they acknowledged that parks lighting projects, especially in low to moderate income areas, met the ARPA eligibility because it helps with public safety efforts. There's been a rise, statistically, there's been a rise in gun violence across the nation since COVID occurred, and the ARPA dollars are supposed to help with some of the effects of COVID. And that's one thing that they acknowledged, was that lighting can help bring safety into those areas.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a good use of money all the way around. Right. I'm just grateful that we've still got ARPA money that we can actually tap into and use.
Absolutely.
It's pretty great.
And just as a reminder, these dollars have to be encumbered by the end of 2024, so December 31st, 2024, and spent by the end of 2026. So we're well on our way. Everyone is reminded of that criteria fairly often by myself and my staff, and so we're going to make sure that we get it all encumbered properly and spent properly.
So when you do that, like, let's talk about, even though I realize that the other's probably a little bit more important than that lighting, but when you talk about the lighting, are they going to have to come in and do the same kind of deal that happened with all of the ball fields, where they had to come in and they had to basically redo the
upgrade the connection part of it.
Electricity and do the whole 9 yards.
I'm seeing a head nod from Michael
a gazillion years old, like.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm seeing two head nods from Jerry Danforth and Michael Kashuba. So, yeah, so it's not as simple as probably going in and replacing out those light poles. Yeah. That's why we're looking at the dollar amounts we're looking at.
Well, that's actually great. I mean, if it's all upgraded, now that we've got LED lighting and we've got great electrical system set up, then that makes it even more worthwhile to be able to take advantage of money that we wouldn't otherwise get to see.
It's very true. Other questions?
I don't know. I think that's it. Thank you, Laura. Do we have a motion with regard to Resolution 0425231?
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve Resolution number 04-25-23-1, approving the use of American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 ARPA funds, which will amend the project plan for the second installment of ARPA funding.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Sauer, to approve Resolution 0425231. Any further discussion or questions about the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Same sign. That passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 7D is consideration of resolution number 0425232. Mr. City Manager.
All right, Mayor, we've been talking about a lot of ways for to be able to facilitate neighborhood association program efforts in city parks in light of the new park fees. So Michael Kashuba is here to present a option to help us be able to address that while still implementing the new fees. Michael.
Mayor and Council, Michael Kashuba, Director of Parks and Recreation. Just have a couple slides, but the item before you is a resolution authorizing a pilot program for our recognized neighborhood associations. I don't know if the PowerPoint is up. I'll just talk through it. In 2022, our park board recommended some fee increases for special events. That was included in the 2022 budget discussion and approved by council. But really what that did was it started to address some of the items in our parks master plan, specifically increasing fees and reducing subsidies. When we did that, though, we did hear some concerns from the community about the fact that those fees were now so high that some of our nonprofits were struggling to hold events in our parks. And so what we've done is we've created a pilot program that would be available to recognized neighborhood associations. It would allow for 3 special events annually for each of those associations where we would waive all of the fees. All of those events would need to be reviewed by those recognized neighborhood associations and recommended to the city. That doesn't mean they have to be the event organizer. That just means they're the event sponsor. So other groups could work through those recognized neighborhood associations. All events, we would ask that all events proposed by those recognized neighborhood associations are submitted to our department by December 15th. That just makes sure that before January 1, when we open it up, that we've got those already reserved and blocked off for those recognized neighborhood associations. Anything after that obviously is available, is subject to availability. If there are availabilities, then we would work with those recognized neighborhood associations. The programs that we are looking at would need to provide free outdoor programs in underserved, economically disadvantaged areas. Those are things that are coming right out of our master plan. And it would also, we're encouraging them to consider neighborhood-focused gatherings such as neighborhood socials, music in the park, youth and family activities, parent-child playgroups, evening teen activities, summer playground programs and camps, again, focused on disadvantage. And a lot of that is coming straight out of our master plan. One thing to note is we do not reserve parks on city-observed holidays. Staff is off, so we don't do that. In those cases, it would be first come, first serve. So we feel like this would be a good program to roll out with our recognized neighborhood associations and obviously those nonprofits that could work with those groups. So this is just a resolution for your consideration.
Council, any feedback or questions that you need from Michael? Yes.
So you said on city observed holidays. So my question would be, if you had a nonprofit that wanted to do something in the park, are they still able to do that, and they just have to take care of their own trash and they do their own setup and takedown?
Yeah, typically what they'll do is on city observed holidays, they can use the park. It's first come, first serve, and then we would just ask that they help clean up the mess for those events. Obviously, staff will be on site the next day to clean up what they don't. So,
okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Do we have a motion with regard to this item?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve resolution number 04-25-23-2, authorizing a pilot program for the Recognized Neighborhood Association program related to special events.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Sauer to approve resolution number 04-25-23-2. Any further questions or discussion on that item? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, same sign. Passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 7E is to discuss and consider 3 board appointments to the South Gateway Tier Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 3.
All right, Mayor, we've got a number of board members who have already been appointed by our partner entities. We have the opportunity to appoint 3 members. Andrew's going to walk us through the next item, and well, actually the next 2 items. So, Andrew.
John, if you'll get this slide for me. Clicker's not working. So we've been working since December. City Council, of course, approved the creation of the Tiers Board. So we've been working with our partners to get their participation. Both Amarillo College and Randall County have now approved their participation in the zone, and they have also approved their board members to represent them. So today we are here on 2 different items. One is just to appoint the 3 board members. So the city will have 3, Randall County will have 3, and the remaining taxing entities will have 1 each. We are still coordinating with the remaining entities, the hospital district, the water district, and CISD to confirm they want to participate. There's no requirement since they're not participating with their tax increment, but in our past tax increment reinvestment zones, we've had 10-member boards, and all the other entities have been represented, so we've been following that same path. The only information required for being a board member, they are serving 2-year terms. They have to be 18 years old or older, and they have to live in the county or an adjacent county to the zone. So it's pretty broad as far as who the representatives can be. And then I also wanted to let you know, as far as the next item, that the city council, since you all created the board, that you are responsible for appointing the board chair, which could be one of the city appointments, or it could be any of the current board members appointed. So you can use all 10, or in this case, we've got 4 others currently confirmed that you could choose from. So happy to answer any questions.
Do you have?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate a few folks. So just for consideration, so I would nominate Jimmy Lackey, Dr. Eddie Sauer, and Ben Wittenberg, with maybe Jimmy Lackey being the chair of this particular board, and I'm certainly open to other suggestions as well.
Thank you. Other suggestions?
Yes, Mayor, I'd nominate Kush Nathu, and then I also would nominate Matt Griffith.
Other suggestions on nominations? Frida, who was your third person?
It was Ben Wittenberg.
Oh, good.
And of course, if Dr. Sauer is willing to serve.
Eddie, do you want to weigh in on those nominations? One in particular?
Well, Matt Griffith contacted me and asked me if I would consider doing something like that. So, and I told him, yeah, I would be happy to. It's kind of in that whole deal with Parks and Rec and that whole deal going with the deal that Jimmy Lackey's doing. So, yeah, I would be glad to.
Mr. Smith, do you have anything you want to add or suggest?
Oh, there's been more names mentioned than we can put in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with any of those.
Okay. Who wants to make a motion?
Okay, so I move to nominate for appointment Jimmy Lackey, Dr. Eddie Sauer, and Matt Griffith.
Do we have a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Yeah, you can do that. Okay. It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Sauer to appoint Jimmy Lackey, Eddie Sauer, and Matt Griffith to the Tiers 3 board. Any discussion, questions about the item?
One question.
Yes, sir.
I didn't understand. Do they have to live in Randall County?
Or an adjacent county.
Oh, okay. I got it.
So that checks the box on, I don't know, it checks the box on Eddie and on Matt. I don't know about where Jimmy lives, but
I think he's.
Guess we have to.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
He lives in Canyon.
Okay,
So.
there you go. Okay. We'll call the question on that. All of those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes with a 5-0 vote. On to item 7F, which is appointing a chair for that tiers number 3.
And I suggested Jimmy Lackey, unless somebody has other suggestions.
Second.
Okay. So was that suggestion a motion?
Yes. Okay.
Go ahead, Frida.
So I move to appoint Jimmy Lackey as chair for the South Gateway Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 3 to the Board of Directors.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Stanley to appoint Jimmy Lackey as the chair for the South Gateway Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 3. Any questions or discussion about that motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, same sign. That passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 7G is to consider approval of a lease agreement with Transformation Park.
I'm here to present the items. Jason Wilsberger. Just as a little side note, on Transformation Park, we'll have an event there on Thursday, just in case anybody wanted to go see the groundbreaking. That will be at the site where we're doing this lease. Talk to us about the lease, Jason.
Okay. Let me give you a quick little overview of the Transformation Park lease agreement. It's not going to work, is it?
Will you check on the side and make sure it's flipped on your clicker?
Oh. Nope. Let's try that. Hey, look at that. All right. So let's talk about the lease agreement. Just a quick overview. The property location is 5th and South Parker. The rent will be $10 a year for a 20-year initial period with automatic extension for up to 4 subsequent terms of 5 years each. We'll also have the memorandum of understanding. I've also provided that for you guys. Both parties will have to follow the agreed-upon MOU, which can only be changed by mutual agreement. And then termination can be initiated by either party with a 60-day prior written notice. So some of the requirements that we've got in there for the City of Amarillo, we've got building and property management will actually be from my office. I'll be managing the entire properties. Utilities will be provided by the city, IT support, and then any kind of major maintenance support will be provided. Transformation Park will be responsible for the property taxes, everyday custodial and maintenance type issues, so the day-to-day type things. The premises must be operated as a homeless day center and night shelter to any individual experiencing homelessness, regardless of age, gender, race, religion, national origin, disability, or sexual orientation. So that's all in the lease agreement. We went a little bit further in the MOU just to make sure that we're covering a lot of the things that we wanted to make sure that this is going to continue to cover throughout the many years that we're going to have this. Hopefully we'll work ourselves out of business is my hope. But in that, our expectations of Transformation Park are things like we want them to be trauma-informed, using the HMIS system. Obviously, we want accurate records, and we want them to provide an annual report to the City of Amarillo so we know exactly what's taking place over there, what kind of results we're getting out of the program. Coordination with other service providers, safety and security of staff and guests. It's going to be all-inclusive. Low barrier is something that we really hit on a lot in there to kind of describe what we're talking about, that we don't want to have a lot of checks that they've got to check in order to meet those the requirements to come. Pretty much we want everybody to be able to come and not have a lot of rules that they have to meet in order to be there. We want it to be a trusting, respectful environment, and obviously we want to do person-centered practices. So we don't have any set goals that they must do. Every person's going to have their own goals that they're going to help us work through for them.
Hey, Jason, before we move
sure.
off that slide, can you just give a little more information about what trauma-informed?
Sure.
That's a term of art.
Yes, and so trauma-informed is, you're hearing that a lot more in a lot of service agencies. So what that means is that every person that is staff that's working with people that have been in some kind of a trauma type event, that we're informed on how to do interviewing, how to understand where they're coming from. It's the staff has to have the training in order to be that trauma-informed person. And so in order to do that the best way we can, there's actual training that we can go through in order for everybody to be trauma-informed. But really the gist of it is that it's that we're able to help that person get through. Everybody has their own story. So a lot of the folks out on the streets have significant trauma. In fact, homelessness itself is considered a trauma. And so we want our staff, all staff that's working in this area, to be trauma-informed, be able to help them the best they can.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else on there? Okay. And then City of Amarillo, further items in the MOU include financial and supportive services that we talked about in the lease agreement. But additional things we added in the MOU are property insurance, accounting, and legal services. Again, building and property management by my office. We will promote Transformation Park as a resource to those experiencing homelessness through our police department, through outreach that will be making sure that everybody knows where the right place to go and a great entry point for the homeless. And then we'll have monthly meetings with Transformation Park. We're going to be working hand in hand with them, working on this together. Coming Home is going to be a huge partner with Transformation Park. A lot of the work is going to take place out of this facility. So it's going to be great. We're going to work those things very often. I say monthly, but we'll be working with them every single day. And then I wanted to remind you, groundbreaking is Thursday at 2 o'clock, and I hope to see everyone there. If you have any questions on the MOU or the lease agreement?
Okay. Jason, thank you. We're looking forward to that groundbreaking.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion with regard to the lease agreement, Council?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a lease agreement between the City of Amarillo and Transformation Park.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve the lease agreement with Transformation Park. Any concerns or questions about the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That motion passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 7H is to consider an award to Rubicon Smart City Software Services. Mr. City Manager.
Right, Mayor. This is this item, and Donnie Hooper, Director of Public Works, is going to be presenting it along with the assistance from our partners at Impact. This was originally on. We had originally considered this as a consent item. It is pretty routine. However, it is such a high bang for the buck, positive, feel-good item that we wanted to make sure that council had an opportunity to hear from Donnie and from our partners and ask any questions they might have. Obviously, we want to respect your time and everything, but this is something that's given a lot of good results. So, Donnie, take it away.
Yeah, thank you. And I can just say that I'm probably more excited about this presentation than any that I've given since I've been at the City of Amarillo. It's because with the council objectives you put in front of us, the goals that you set for us, we're making change with today's presentation, and that's where we've come from with all the solid waste issues. We're moving forward, and we're actually coming back to you with change. So I'm excited about it. I want to remind you as we get started with the presentation, and I'm glad Jason's the clicker fixer because I was a little worried about that. And it's a tough act to follow, too, with Transformation Park. But I want to remind you as we start this that, July of 22 is when we had our lowest staffing levels of all time in solid waste, especially in CDLs. We were at 47% of our budgeted fill positions in solid waste residential collection. We're at 56% in our commercial collection. And it was just a time where we were going through a lot. September 27th, we came to this council and we said that we were going to change to once per week collection. We did that. Then we moved through a period of going through salary changes, cross-training CDL drivers, new routing schedules, mandatory overtime, all the things you remember that we talked to you about. And we put all that in place. And we came back and we created some staff wage increases that allowed us to go back to twice per week collections with the goals that was set by this council. We missed it by just a few days, but we almost hit that 90-day goal. And we started twice a week and resumed that. We're currently overall in Public Works at 82% in our staffing levels, and that's all of Public Works. So we're proud of that. I wanted to just show you a couple of numbers and things that we're looking at as far as staffing is concerned. This is just solid waste openings right now. We're at 82.5% filled in all of solid waste. That's a big improvement from September when we were at 61.25%. And I just grabbed a number in September about the time we went to the once per week collection so we could have something to gauge it off of. So that's a very good number there. And then if you look as far as the CDLs are concerned, we're at 83% on that. We were at 55% in September, so major changes there. Not only that, but if you really look at the way that Ricky Rivera and Alan Harder have staffed solid waste now, our residential and commercial collections get first dibs on all the training, all the drivers, and we're at 100% as of this morning with that. Now, keep in mind that we still can move those positions around to different positions. So, but I'm very proud of that, proud of the work that everyone's done to get to where we're at. It was a total team effort, HR, management, us. I've told you that before, but it makes me really proud of the things that we're accomplishing, not only in solid waste, but across the city. So I wanted to show you this dashboard, and this is just important to me because this is something that we look at every week. And it may not mean anything to you. This is not something we give to the public. This is internal in my office that we look at. We want to make sure that we're looking at everything that we're doing in solid waste on a weekly basis. We have some triggers in there that tell us, hey, we're in trouble. and that is where we get to a complaint level of over 100, where we have, I call it customer service issues that get to about 100. We start ringing the alarm bells going, wait a minute, something's not right here. We need to take a look at this. Because before, you see that high spike on the graph, we got up to about, I think it's 323 was what that number is. We knew then that we had a problem. We want to recognize that much earlier this time. We think that we need to be better at that. We're going to be better at that by monitoring these numbers. This is a live dashboard that we have in our office. You can move across the graph. You get the numbers updated every week, and it's really interactive, so it's good to have. But we had 26 residential customer service issues last week. We had 23 on the commercial side. That's a very, very low number. And then you see those little speedometers there. That's just showing green where we're at, but the 100 is the far right of that dial there. So we can kind of look at that and just see where we're at. Quick glance, we know we're doing okay as far as solid waste is concerned. But how does this tie into our presentation today with Rubicon? It ties in like this. Those numbers, if you look at where we're at, I'll go back to that, the 26 and the 23, it's not, we know that that's not an accurate reflection of what is actually out there. We know that for a fact, and I'll give you an example of that. We went out one time, we had our numbers for our alley cleanup and how many work orders we had. Myself, Alan, and actually it was Stephanie at the time, went out and we surveyed one particular area of the community, and we came up with more total work orders in that one particular area than we had in the system. That's because not everyone is calling them in. So we know and we recognize that one of the issues is that we need to have our drivers making these reports. The people that are in the alleys, the people that are in the field need to make these reports so that we can add it to our system. I'm hoping that if Rubicon is approved, in fact, I will tell you for a fact, that blue graph will spike really high because our drivers are reporting in the pilot program, as Melissa's going to talk about in a moment. They're reporting things like they never have before. And with that, I don't want to spend too much time on that part of it because the meat of it's coming. But Melissa Ashurst is here. I think y'all are familiar with her. She's the founder and CEO of Impact Broadband. She's the one that found this product for us and brought it to us, and we've been just going gung-ho ever since then. Also introduced Wyeth West, who's here. He flew down from New York. He is with Rubicon. And I can tell you this, I've worked in 27 years, I've worked with a lot of contractors, especially in the tech world. There's nobody that has been as thorough and complete as they have been with us on this project. They are engaged with us on a daily basis. They want to see us succeed, and they have bragged about our solid waste group and said, and Wyeth can tell you, they have been the most cooperative group of drivers they've ever worked with. So that says big things to me, and it shows that our culture is changing and that we're moving in the right direction. With that, I'm going to let Melissa go over the numbers with you.
Hello again. Thank you for having me. It's good to see you all. I'm going the wrong direction. That's not good. We want to go forward, right? So in this pilot, there were a lot of things that the city's been looking at. We've been concerned about the staff levels, how to best utilize the staff, illegal dumping, multiple issues. So we found this technology. It's a software. It's actually loaded onto either tablets or phones. We've had any given day anywhere from 8 to 10 devices running throughout the city. We've had several drivers use this. And we really wanted to look at how digitizing the city's waste management could help drive efficiencies. And this technology has really helped us put the data around that. In addition to that, the new staff that the waste management team has brought on, to Donnie's point, has been extremely engaged. I think we've far exceeded anything that the city would have expected or that Rubicon has expected up to this point. With this technology, we'll also be able to provide greater transparency throughout the city with you all and also with constituents. All of this data can then also be incorporated into the city's new 311 network so that as the drivers are logging issues and the city is getting concerns, that it actually gets updated live and we can streamline how we address those issues. So just to give you an idea, again, we had 8 to 10 devices going at any given time. We had more drivers than that actually utilized it, and some of that was, they just were helping on routes at any given day. But while we did this, you can see there were 991 stops done using route assist. So those are pickups that potentially would not have happened if we did not have the technology. So drivers who finished their routes early were actually able to go and assist other drivers who were still working in their routes. So we were able to get 1.5 drivers during those times. We're also, to Donnie's point, able to log issues. So the best way that you can think about the software is kind of waste management, but with Waze. So anytime you have an issue, the driver can flag it, they can take a picture, and we can actually create data points around it. What this will do once it's rolled out in full effect is that we can create routes for specific issues. So if we have illegal dumping, we have bulk items, things like that, we can go to this list and we can actually create routes to drive efficiency and how those items are picked up going forward. Again, this is a great way to just kind of demonstrate what we all know exists throughout the city, and that's that there's a lot of illegal dumping going on. We have a lot of damaged containers. These types of exercises help us recognize, help Public Works and the rest of the city actually budget for containers and other things that do impact the cleanliness of the city going forward. So through this program, and again, being able to create more efficient routing in those pickups, is projected that we can save over $125,000 annually just on callbacks alone. What this also allows us to do is when there are callbacks or there are issues logged, we can identify if this is a repeat offender. So do we have code violation going on repeatedly? One thing that the Public Work team did a wonderful job is that they took this to heart. If the drivers went through the exercise of logging illegal dumping, the team went out and actually cleared it up. So if you see illegal dumping on here multiple times at an address, that was an actual repeat offender. It's not the same illegal dumping that was originally logged. This is a breakout of the information that Rubicon put together, again, on the ROI of the overall project. And you'll see that potential opportunity, and I want to clarify for that. So when we talk about digitizing, and I think Donnie's talked about this before, is once a week the answer? Is twice a week the answer? It's not. It lies somewhere in between. And that's where this technology, if ordinances support it, can allow us to better efficiently service the community. So that's where that number comes in, is that it would actually require support of ordinance change. So again, Rubicon's here. If you have questions specifically about the pilot or about Rubicon, we're happy to address those.
Do you have any questions, Council? An exciting
It
idea.
is exciting. Y'all put us to a challenge, and we hope we delivered. The other pilot that we had spoke about last time I was here was actually with the commercial side of waste management. So we found a sensor company that has the sensors that go into the commercial bins, and they actually monitor the amount of waste that's being collected so that, again, we can look at driving efficiency and how routes are being developed and when trash is being picked up. We're much earlier in on this pilot. We're about 3 weeks, I would say. So at this point, we're really just focused on collecting data, and then we can look at how to use that for routing. But interestingly, you can see that out of the 290 containers that these sensors were actually deployed in, there were 177 active incidents. So this is, again, really important information to the city when we're looking at budgeting and what that cycle should be for these containers to be replaced. If you think about the wind and the climate in Amarillo, you have no lids on these containers, you're going to have trash blowing out all over the place. Again, this was actually as of Friday. I apologize that that's missing. But we see, and again, we're not looking to change anything in this pilot, but there is an opportunity. So you can see the red, that's 14% of the sample of the pilot that are being underserved. So they may be paying for 2 days a week, but in reality, they probably need 3 or more because they're over that threshold. So what the city is looking to do is how do we start showing by leading, and we're not looking to take away. So if somebody's being, over-serviced, we don't want to take away from that, but we do want to service people who are being underserviced. So that's hopefully, knock on wood, what we will see in this next pilot, and hopefully we'll have the data points around that 2 months from now. Okay, that was a fast pace you set me on. Are there any questions about NordSense?
So I'm curious about if we approve this today, then you can move forward with
Rubicon.
Yes. And that could the rollout for that so that every driver has access to that takes how long, Donnie?
We're probably looking at, I know it was, Alan, do you remember that we were talking about like 6 weeks or something?
All the hard questions roll downhill to you, Alan.
Excuse me. I think it's about 6 weeks because what we have to do is we have to install all the equipment in the trucks. We have to do some more training, and we have to go through a routing period where we have to actually, in fact, we're going to go out in the field physically and locate GPS every single dumpster that's out there residentially. So that takes a little bit of time as well. But I would say we could probably have it in place and running during the heat of our highest season, which is the summer, end of June, 1st of July. We'll push it pretty hard.
And then as far as if citizens are interested in watching data, like I know you were showing this data on NordSense, I'm finding that really interesting. Is there going to be a way, like, are you thinking about a dashboard or maybe,
yes,
maybe nobody cares about solid waste?
I can just say, I can say this about NordSense, that every day when I get up, I pull it up and look at it because I can see right away where we're at 90%, 80%, what's red flag, what's green flag. And this is just on the commercial side right now. But it's fascinating to be able to pull that data up, and I think our staff is engaging in that as well. They're saying, wow, this is something we've never had before. We just go run our routes. Now we can actually look and say, wait a minute, we've got to go this direction, that direction first before we service these lower the lower hanging fruit that's not full. In fact, in one of the areas where we had a contractor do some of our commercial services, afterwards, I briefed with them and said, what's the biggest thing you see that we have an issue with in commercial? Just if you could pick one. And they said, a lot of these containers are over-serviced. They're not ready to be serviced yet, and you have some that are under-serviced. So this fixes that on the NordSense side. On the other side, on Rubicon, we see them engaging in the software immediately. And out on the solid waste side, it's a new technology for them that they've never had before. They have paper route maps right now. So this is fascinating to them, too. So everybody's embracing it. I think as soon as we can get it online, if it's approved, we'll race toward that mark because we want it in place pretty quick. I don't know if that answered your question. I just spun around.
Yeah, it does. I mean,
from a technology perspective, both companies have open APIs that can integrate into the 311 dashboard. So depending on what is found to be relevant, absolutely, there's no reason that information could not become available to the public.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks.
Much shorter answer than mine.
No. It's, I mean, what you're saying is interesting. I can't wait to see it rolled out. Wow. Okay, thank you. And Wyatt, thank you for traveling all this way to Amarillo. I hope you've felt welcome while you've been here. Melissa's a regular now, so hopefully she's taking you to her favorite Amarillo restaurants and places. But okay, Council, do we have a motion with regard to 7H?
Yes, Mayor, I move to award a 3-year contract to Rubicon Smart City to be used in all solid waste residential dumpster collection vehicles. This software will provide dumpster service verification, comprehensive routing, real-time and historical reporting of issues encountered by equipment operators, and pre- and post-trip inspections, among other features. And this is going to be to Rubicon Global LLC in the amount of $200,576.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Council Member Smith. to approve an award to Rubicon Smart City Software Services. Any questions or discussion about the motion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes with a 5-0 vote. Item 7I is to consider an award for a construction contract for the Polk Street streetscape improvements.
Right, Mayor. This is a project long time coming. We've been using these funds as possible match for a number of 5 years, 4 or 5 efforts at Tiger, then Build grants, to leverage these monies into a much larger project. We weren't successful in that. We were very competitive at times, but now we've got to get the project done. So we've been working with our property owners on Polk Street to get this coordinated. Kyle's here to present our construction company a couple of bid alternates. So, Kyle, I probably stole a lot of it. Sorry.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent. All right. So, absolutely. So this is the Polk Street street improvements and streetscape improvements project. What are we talking about? We're doing Polk Street from 10th Avenue to 2nd Avenue, and that includes our typical improvements for the downtown urban design standards. We'll do the typical kind of frontage zone, that pedestrian zone, and then obviously that furnishing zone that we've kind of started to experience and appreciate on Buchanan and out in front of the hotel and the ball field and those types of areas. We will be adding the bus benches and the trash receptacles, pedestrian lighting, and like I say, the things that we've started to experience in our downtown area. That's the scope of the project. Here's just some examples of those typical improvements along other corridors in the Dodds area. Park Hill Engineering is our design consultant on this job. Park Hill had a unique opportunity because their offices are on Polk and actually in the project area. Their building had undergone streetscape improvements by the private developer who had established and did remodeling and reconstruction of that building, and so they had a unique perspective to bring to the project and have done a great job so far. Got us to some bidding documents, and we're putting those out. Sorry, I skipped this slide. There it goes. Wanted to highlight as well lots and lots of public involvement and highlighting public-private partnerships along this corridor as well. Amarillo National Bank has indicated that they're going to be doing not only projects on that Polk Street corridor, but then other projects that are coming up to and butting up to and connecting to that Polk Street corridor. So we're really seeing some public-private investment that is expanding the footprint of this project and kind of force multiplier for taxpayer dollars being spent in that area. Again, Amarillo National Bank doing some investments. We're seeing investments up and down that corridor, and good communication and involvement in the project in general by the stakeholders on that corridor. There were effectively 2 bidders through our best value bidding process. The Plains Builders Incorporated was not only evaluated to be the best value bidder, but was also the low bidder on this project. Staff is recommending award of the base bid plus alternate 2 and alternate 3. Alternate bid number 2 is basically work for a private stakeholder along that corridor. And they wanted some things that were probably addition to the kind of standard project, and so we bid that as an alternate bid item, and so 100% of that dollar number will be what we will ask that private entity to cover, and so there would be a separate agreement for that amount to be agreed to by that private owner and then covered if they still choose to want those extra amenities in front of their building. And so that's how that was bid that way, to establish what that dollar number would be. Alternate bid number 3 is extra excavation and then some what we call structural fill. You can think of it as big potting soil We are putting street trees and along that corridor. Those will, and we never really know what we're going to find when we do excavations in the downtown area, and specifically that Polk Street. So what we chose to do in this regard is to put a little extra in there to over excavate those areas for the trees, whether that's an old rail line or a basement roof or whatever we find. When we do that over excavation, we'll prepare that tree for success by removing those things and replacing it with some good soil in that environment. And so that's what alternate bid item 3 is. The total contract amount for the project is $4.57 million, and we're looking at an overall completion date of October 2024 for the project. Staff is recommending the award to Plain Builders. Any questions?
Questions for Kyle, council? Nothing? Kyle, just give a little bit of history. I know you referenced that, or the city manager referenced that this project's been on hold for several cycles, hoping to get a Tiger grant. So just because it was even referenced earlier in some public address today, and I wanted the facts to be out there correctly about this was originally designed and conceptualized in 2014, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
And just to tie that to my service here at the city, my service did not begin until 2017.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This project, I had this slide. I had presented this in previous presentations, so I'm glad I put it on the back end just in case for that kind of information. But yes, this project was originally scoped back in 2014. It was we applied for a Tiger grant at that time, and that project was significantly larger at that time. The scope, we were looking at all of Polk plus a very significant corridor down 6th Street, tying all the way back to the Rails to Trails corridor on the west end, and then what is now the ball field on the east end. And so that was the original thought process and scope, and that project was about $17 million is what it was scoped at the time. It would be more than that today, but that's what it was scoped back in that time period. We applied for multiple grant opportunities, including Tiger grants, build grants, which are today the TA, Transportation Alternative Grants, and oh, my mind just went blank, sorry, of the other acronym for the new one. I apologize, I can get that to you. But there is another, build changed. Build was the last acronym, and it changed again. I apologize.
That's okay. They keep changing it.
Yes, ma'am. And so multiple applications that we were unsuccessful for, but what we did in 2016 is we set back with Proposition 1 approximately $5.5 million, which would have been the matching funds for these type of grant opportunities. And since we were unsuccessful with those grant applications, we basically decided to take those matching funds as our cash and do a project, and that's the resulting design that you have before you today.
Have any businesses along the plan or proposed work route opted out of that project?
To date, no. There have been conversations about that, and so there is technically still an opportunity so I would not just give you a solid no, but we're hoping that answer is a solid no and we want full participation.
Why do you want full participation?
Well, I think it builds camaraderie through the entire project, some little synergy in that area as well. We've seen, I could talk about the private investment that comes along with it, and increasing the footprint of that area just by being involved, and we think that's a positive effort. As well as it's good direction for my contractor. I mean, I don't want to be giving my contractor directions like, okay, we'll pay attention to that property owner, but not that property owner. I want him to come on site and have good direction from everyone who's involved as a stakeholder. And so it does simplify a few things, even operationally, for us if we're just all participating.
Any other questions, council? Okay, thank you, Kyle. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion with regard to item 7I?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve the award of a best value bid for the Polk Street Streetscape Improvement Project construction services to Plains Builders Incorporated in the amount of $4,570,000.
Second.
It's been moved by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilmember Smith to approve this construction contract. Any further discussion or questions about the motion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes with a 5-0 vote. That brings us to the end of our action agenda, and we do have some executive session items, so at this time I'll ask the city attorney to read our dismissal language.
Yes, ma'am. Pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act, closed session, the Amarillo City Council was announced 4/25/2023 at 5:04 p.m. under Section 551.072, discuss purchase, exchange, lease, sale, or value of real property. A public discussion of such would not be in the best interest of the city's bargaining position.
Thank you. At this time, we're adjourned to executive session.